This is the minutes, correct? Yes. All right. I'll be calling this meeting of the Finance Committee to order at 6:50 p.m. On to the roll call. Senator O'Fay, not here. Senator Womble, also not here. Senator Stanton. Present. Awesome. Senator Fiore.
Present.
Thank you. Senator Wilcox is not here. I am here. Senator Guskowitz is not here. Senator Wilson. Senator Wilson. See that you're present in the meeting. Can I get confirmation? I'll come back to you. Senator Alexander.
Here.
You. Senator Manna.
Here.
You. Senator Jessup is not here. Senator Baruch is not here. Senator Jane is not here. We'll return to Senator Wilson.
Oh, I also need co-host.
Yes, I'll do that.
Thanks.
I'm not sure if Senator Wilson can hear me. If I don't get the verbal confirmation, I cannot confirm presence, in which case we would be one under quorum, but we'll get there. I'll ask again, Senator Wilson, are you there and can you hear me?
Sorry, I was washing my hands. Yeah, I'm here.
Awesome, thank you. Senator Wilson is a yes, and with that, we make quorum. All right. We now enter into a period of public comment. Is anyone from the public here to make comment? anyone from the public here to make comment? All right, seeing none, we will now split into subcommittees. I'll open the breakout rooms. Senators, you have been assigned to your breakout rooms. If you could join those. To the two either treasurers or presidents here. Hold tight for a minute and we'll have you write down. Good evening, Karen. You are here with me, Pueblo.
Yes, I am.
Awesome. Okay. Before we get started, I do want to state that we're working with a budget of roughly $420,000. And with a record number of organizations requesting funding, we will have to appropriate at a rate of roughly 20%. So keep this in mind as we go forward, but I will give you the next few minutes to introduce your organization and describe what you need funding for.
Okay. I was just curious to know because the funding appointment is at 7 o'clock and my two co-presidents were planning on attending. Is it possible that we can wait for them, or would you just rather me start?
We can wait a few minutes. Yeah, we've got time.
Sorry about that, but thank you so much.
All good.
Is it possible to admit Elsa? She said she's in the waiting room.
Yeah.
Thank you.
All right. 7 now, you can get started.
All right. Well, I want to first start off by saying a little bit more about Mi Pueblo. So Mi Pueblo is the largest undergrad organization that centers around like Latinx issues, culture, and heritage within like UNC and the surrounding community. And we hope to promote tolerance, multiculturalism, community, and support for one another. We also want to point out that we are not exclusive to other cultures. We obviously welcome anyone and everyone who wants to be part of our family, and we hope to find a place for every person and skill and passion at UNC. So to begin, we are requesting a total amount of $12,360 with the specific categories listed in the PDF that I had sent to you. We have like our largest cost coming from our largest event of the semester, which is Noche. It should be event number 18 on the PDF. Total cost is a bit hefty with approximately like over $4,000, but we do plan for this to be inclusive to everyone within the UNC community. We've been looking into having a photo booth, one of those 360-degree cameras there, DJs. We want to provide food, which will obviously come from outside sources. So this number is even smaller than what we can expect, which is including like food and obviously have decorations, just have a night that will create some more community building. And it is probably going to be one of our last events of the school year. So we definitely want to make it worthwhile for all our members and the UNC community. I'm not sure if you had any other questions for me, but I definitely wanted to highlight that event.
All right, so would you say that this event is your number one priority?
Yes, I would say so. We obviously have our our monthly events. They should be like the first four that you see within this document. And we did already have our first event, which was an even larger turnout than we expected. And I guess we underplanned and we should have like allocated more funding and more resources towards it, which is why we are asking for this large amount.
Mhm. All right, and those were, let's see. All right. I will say that the food that was requested under programming for Noche, we will not be able to fund. We only provide food during the food insecurity cycle, which occurred in the fall. But everything else there is good.
Right. There was no food requested within this proposal. These are the numbers prior to any food because we, like I said, we do acknowledge that QSO and like USG does not cover food. So those will be resources that we get from our own like personal fundraising and other resources.
Okay, cool. Um, all right. Then with that, going to move that we appropriate $500 for supplies,
Second.
1,100 for programming,
Second.
1,100 for labor fees,
Second.
and then for capital expenditures, clothing and travel, 0.
Second.
All right, so with that, Mi Pueblo's been appropriated $2,700 from the undergraduate senate in this cycle. Your budget will
Can
be
I ask
yeah.
a question? Why are the numbers so low? Because especially like that would only cover one event, which would be
Yeah.
Noche, and we have 17, 18 other events that we do have to find funding for.
So as I mentioned at the beginning, we're working with a budget of $420,000. We've received a record number of applications. In terms of the amount requested, we're at just under 2 million. So we will have to fund at a rate of roughly 20% across the board. So this is the best that we can do to be able to provide funds to all organizations that have requested funding.
I completely understand that, but we are the largest Latinx organization and we have over 200 members that we want to provide events for. And this just feels unjust considering the size of our organizations. And I know we make a lot of impacts within the UNC community, and even last semester, we didn't have a lot of support from student government and just like the CUSO funding group. So for us to not even get $3,000 for the semester kind of feels like a mockery. And I'm here to answer like any other questions that you may have specifically, because this would not cover every single event, maybe just one, if that.
I understand that it's low, and it unfortunately has to be for in order to be able to provide funding to all 260, 70 organizations that have requested funding. And we do take into account the size of the organization when it comes to things like our objective criteria, the first one being representation, in that organizations that serve more students do see priority in the amount appropriated. So I understand the frustration with a small amount, but it is the best that we can do with the budgets that we have been provided.
Yeah, I know you mentioned representation, and these events are also under the category of vitality, which is, I think, like the second or third in the listing. So I just wanted to put that out there because there's no other undergraduate Latinx org as large as ours. And we definitely bring that to the community. And just, I honestly don't see us going anywhere, especially like if UNC does want us to support these underrepresented communities.
I understand, but this is the best that we can do with the budgets that were provided. So 2,700 is the appropriation for Mi Pueblo in this cycle. That amount will be finalized on February 14th when the full Senate meets to pass the budget bill along with all other organizations' funding requests. Once this is passed by the Senate and signed by the president, of course, you'll be working with the Carolina Union Business Office with the CUSO system for either reimbursement or the use of their P cards. But that is all that we have tonight. If you do have any other final questions.
I know last semester we could ask for more money. Is that going to also happen this semester or no?
Well, we have the subsequent cycle of funding, but that is limited to organizations which do not receive funds in the main budgetary cycle. And that can be
Okay.
for a maximum of 1,500. So since you've been appropriated funds in this cycle, you would not be able to in the subsequent.
All right.
And but yeah, I apologize that it is so low. Ideally, these appropriations numbers would be higher, but for that to happen, we would need larger budgets with different fee amounts, which is a much longer term project. But yeah.
Gotcha.
If you don't have any further questions, you are free to go.
Yeah, I don't know if my co-president has any other questions.
No, I believe that they've all been clarified, but thank you so much, Andrew, for all your help. We'll see what we can do with the recent amount that you guys have allocated to us.
Of course.
Yes, thank you, Andrew. Thank you, Catherine.
Yo. All right. Women's lacrosse, and up the next. Good evening, UNC Women's Lacrosse. Can you hear me all right?
Yes, I can.
Awesome.
Sorry, I'm in the car right now, so if it sounds a little weird, I got stuck in a bunch of traffic.
Oh, good. You seem relatively clear.
Okay, good.
Should be good. But before we get started, I do just want to say that we're working with a budget of roughly $420,000. And wait, hold up the wrong request. Recreational. Yes. Okay, there we go. Sorry, we're working with a budget of $420,000, and with a record number of organizations requesting funding, we will have to appropriate at a rate of roughly 20%. So keep this in mind as we go forward, but I'll let you have the next few minutes to introduce yourself and your organization and what you need funding for.
Thank you. So I'm here representing the UNC Rec Women's Lacrosse team. We're pretty unique in that we are trying to make the sport more accessible to a wider variety of students who may not have the commitment to the full team, or like time commitment or the money resources, because we're trying to like let new beginners that have never played before be able to have the chance to have that experience with the team and play the new sport. And we're also, so that's a big reason why we're requesting funding to allow new people to try out the sport without the commitment of buying all the equipment, because lacrosse is a pretty expensive sport in that aspect. And so we're trying to promote equality. Sorry, I just got here. I'm really sorry the timing. Oh, sorry, it's so busy. Anyway, so we really want to promote equity, be able to let as many people as possible be able to try out the sport and have that experience on a team. And so let me pull up the different funding we're requesting. So we're obviously we need money for refs in order to be able to have games, and allow these girls to have experience playing actual games and stuff, because there's no point in having a sports team without being able to compete. And we're hoping this semester to be able to go to some tournaments. And so the one we are most likely to do is in Wilmington. So we will need money for the tournament fees and also hotel, because it's an all-day tournament, so we'll have to get there the night before. And we want to be able to allow as many players as possible to be able to attend this tournament, regardless of if they have the fees available to pay for themselves to make way for the tournament. So that's why we're requesting funding for that, and also travel for drivers to different games. And we also want to offer opportunities to try new positions and all that. So we want to get some goalie gear for the team to have for girls who want to try playing goalie and stuff like that. Just to make sure, because we don't cut any players. We're just offering the experience to everyone, to help increase diversity and just the opportunities. So yeah.
All right. Thank you. This all okay. This all checks out in terms of our requirements. In terms of cutting this down to fit the budget, where would you like to see the Senate's funds prioritized?
I'd say definitely prioritize travel, and lodging and labor fees for us. Yeah, because we really want to be able to have the game experiences and so be able to pay the refs and be able to go to the tournaments and different games. So I think that's probably what's most important for our organization. We do have to cut out some of the other stuff.
All right. Mm. I'm going to move that we fund the category of travel at, at $550.56.
Second.
The category of lodging at $280.
Second.
Then the category of labor fees at $270.
Second.
And the categories of equipment rental, dues and fees, and clothing at $0.
Second.
All right. With that, where was it? UNC Recreational Women's Lacrosse has been appropriated $1,100.56 from the Undergraduate Senate in this cycle. Your budget will be finalized on February 14th when the full Senate meets to hear the budget bill along with all other organizations' funding requests. Once this bill is passed by the Senate and signed by the President, you will be able to expend these funds with the Carolina Union Business Office, either through reimbursement or the use of the union's P cards. That is all that we have for you tonight, though, so unless you have further questions, you're good to go.
Thank you so much.
Of course. Have a good night.
You too.
Good.
Hi, how are you?
Good. You're with, yes, Catalyst Conference. You can hear me all right?
Huh?
You can hear me all right?
Yes, I can.
Awesome. Okay. Before we get started, I do want to say that we're working with a budget of roughly $420,000. And with a record number of organizations requesting funding, we will have to appropriate at a rate of roughly 20%. So keep that in mind as we go forward, but I'll give you the next few minutes to introduce your organization and what you're requesting funds for.
Yeah, of course. I just want to start off by saying I'm the current co-director of Catalyst and the official treasurer. So those are my roles. And Catalyst Conference is a social justice organization that hosts an annual conference in February for high school students across North Carolina with the purpose of educating them on current social justice topics so that they can forge a lasting community with each other and return to their home community with a more expansive knowledge base. One really big thing that Catalyst does for the UNC community is that we connect with and employ dozens of campus organizations and local nonprofits through our conference. We invite artistic campus clubs such as a cappella groups, dance groups, and cheer groups to perform for our students at our club fair. We invite social justice campus organizations, primarily from the campus Y, as well as local nonprofits to host workshops for the students to garner interest in their missions. And we also partner with local food companies for our meals. So that just gives you a general idea of where Catalyst stands with the rest of the community, both in UNC and the Triangle area, and then all of North Carolina. In terms of our budget, we have extended 50 invitations to students across North Carolina to join us for the 2024 conference. Due to the protection of minors policy, this is the amount of invitations we were able to allocate. We also have 10 counselors who have approved background checks to stay on site with the campers, and then 20 counselors overall. We are housing the students at Camp New Hope, which is an external camp that's about 20 minutes from UNC's campus. Overall, this will cost about $4,200 for the 2 nights and 3 days that our conference lasts. Because we have to use this external location for our conference due to recent UNC rules about protections of minors and staying on campus, we have to pay for transportation. Getting to and from Camp New Hope will cost about $3,000 with Carolina livery, when we're being the most conservative with costs in terms of how many buses we will need for all counselors and campers. Finally, we try to make the conference as cost effective as possible for the campers. So we provide all materials for them that they may need to benefit their learning. This includes any writing materials, any papers, so that they can remember the lessons from each of the workshops and bring them back with them. And we also pay for the honorarium for our speakers to attend. We pay for the materials for our hands-on activities, such as our artivism activity. And we also pay for t-shirts for the students. And all of this is considered in the extra amount miscellaneous money under programming that would go towards the betterment of our campers' experiences. So yeah, that's the summary of Catalyst's budget as listed in our proposal that was sent in.
All right, thank you very much. Okay, everything fits well within our guidelines on permitted areas and formulas. So now in terms of getting this to fit within the budget, where do you want to see the Senate prioritize your funding?
We would like it mostly prioritized towards transportation, please. That's where we have the least amount of funding currently allocated.
Okay. And now, would you like this amount funded in as large part as the Senate can do, or would you like the other areas to see smaller amounts as well?
I think if we could prioritize transportation, that would be good, as we have a few smaller sponsorships that would be able to cover the rest. If
All right, then okay. With that, I'm going to move that we fund the category of travel at $2,000,
Second.
and then the categories of supplies, programming, and lodging at $0.
Second.
All right, right, so with that, the Catalyst Conference has been appropriated $2,000 from the Undergraduate Senate in this cycle. Your budget will be finalized on February 14th when the full Senate meets to hear the budget bill along with all other organizations' funding requests. Once this bill is passed by the Senate and signed by the President, you'll be able to expend these funds with the Carolina Union Business Office, either through the use of their reimbursements or the union's P cards. That is all that we have for you tonight, though, so unless you have further questions, you're good to go.
Okay, great. Thank you so much.
Awesome. Thank you for coming. Have a great night.
Am I free to just leave the meeting then?
Yeah. Yeah, you are.
Okay. Thank you so much.
Of course. Good evening. You are Winspire, also known as the Women and Underrepresented Genders in STEM Promoting Inclusion in Research Experiences, correct?
Yes.
Awesome. Okay, before we get started, I do want to state that we are working with a budget of roughly $420,000. And with a record number of organizations requesting funding, we will have to appropriate at a rate of roughly 20%. So keep that in mind as we go forward, but I will give you the next few minutes to introduce yourself and run me through an outline of this funding request.
Sure. So my name is Amanda. I'm one of the co-chairs of Winspire. I believe my other co-chair Shannon should be joining us at some point.
Ah, yes. So main room. All right.
But yeah, I can go ahead and introduce kind of our organization. So we are a combination of grad student and undergrad students on campus. And our kind of mission is to promote gender equity in STEM. And one of the main ways we do this is by sponsoring a summer research program for underrepresented gender high school students. They come for 6 weeks on campus and they get hands-on research experience. They get college prep and professional development experience. And this is a great opportunity, obviously, for the high school students, but also for the people involved to experience providing outreach. And yeah, so that's kind of who we are. Shannon, do you want to do the first event?
One quick question before you get
Sure.
started. You say undergraduate and graduate. Is your membership split evenly, or is there a majority either way? Because
It is, sorry.
because
Go
we
ahead.
do have our requirement, since we are working with undergraduate fees, that we fund only undergraduate majority organizations.
Okay, yeah, we are right now split pretty even. I think our numbers that were listed, let me see what those
On the
were.
application, it says 24 and 24.
Yes, that should be right, I think.
Okay. Throughout this semester, do you intend to gain membership?
So we will gain membership from undergraduates, but it's it will happen towards the end of the semester because they'll be working with us over the summer. We expect them to join maybe end of March.
All right.
We're
But
targeting between 4 and 6.
all right. That's okay. You can continue.
Okay. Great. So Amanda described our organization. The first event, so we have 4 things that we requested funding for. The first being the end of semester celebration. So this is an event where we'll get all of our membership together with past membership and volunteers that worked with our program as well. This one, it's kind of twofold focus, will allow us to network with our past membership and get our current membership involved to build those networking events with people that have matriculated into STEM careers. And then it will also be an awards ceremony and celebration for our current membership who has worked the entire semester, the entire academic year, to put on an awesome program that will happen over the summer, which is geared towards high school students. So this, in terms of numbers, we have about 200 people that we'll invite. Half of them are from previous membership, half is current membership, and we expect this number to be again representative of our current membership numbers in terms of undergraduates versus others. During the event, we would like to give out awards to our current members and then t-shirts to everyone. Yes, Amanda, would you like to talk about the second thing?
Sure. The next priority is being involved in the annual Science Expo that Moorhead sponsors. So every April, I think it's between 5,000 and 10,000 people visit UNC's campus to learn about the research that happens here, learn about programs on campus. And so we have planned to put together some microscopy demos to kind of engage the community in some science. This is important for us because our program is very much dependent on community support. We do a lot of networking with local biotech companies. We get a lot of sponsorship from individuals or private companies. So this is just a great opportunity for us to get our name out there and to show the community what our organization does.
Awesome. The third thing that we're interested in getting funding for is our spring mentorship and workshop training sessions. So this will be specifically for about 50 volunteers that will work with us through the spring and then into the summer, that get training on how to work with high school students. So a lot of undergraduates and even graduate students haven't had experience working with high school students in the past, especially ones that come from marginalized backgrounds. So we gear about 6 to 7 hours of training time in person in the spring that's developed by our membership. They learn how to prepare for college prep workshops, career development workshops, and leading research in the lab, as well as like lab courses in training labs. This is both led by our organization, but we also invite teachers from local high schools to come in and educate our people as well. And this is one of the most critical things required for success in our summer program. It sets us up for success, basically.
And then the last thing that we had on the budget initial proposal was an outreach event. We just thought it'd be nice to do something to help. It's meant for everyone on campus. It's a kind of a de-stress event. We were going to sponsor for like a canine group to bring a bunch of dogs that you could pet and maybe have some yo-pop and just relax a little bit, maybe before your finals or something. That's just a nice thing for the community.
All right. I will say that the food we cannot fund outside of the food insecurity cycle that happened in the fall. So we couldn't pay for that, but yeah, everything else is good.
Great.
Now, in terms of us cutting this down to fit within the budget, where would you like to see the Senate's funding prioritized?
We would like to prioritize funding in the end of semester celebration primarily. I think that's really crucial for the morale of our organization and membership. And then secondarily, we'd like to prioritize the Science Expo. Could you give us more details on what that will look like for us?
So we would be funding in the each of the categories that were applied for, and we're working with roughly 3,000.
3,000.
Yeah.
I think it would be most beneficial for us to then prioritize, if we're going to go by categories, that's generally what you guys do.
Yeah.
Okay. If we could do a portion of the clothing and what is this? A portion of the printing and publicity, I think that would be ideal. And then the others can get scrapped.
Okay.
I don't know if it would be beneficial. We have like kind of a estimated breakdown of what would be most beneficial. I'm not sure if there's flexibility and after it's already passed on, like, is there flexibility in us changing the categorization of any of these?
In terms of what's appropriated,
Yes.
if you'd like to sort of negotiate that here, we can.
Sure.
But
Yeah, I just so I think what we ended up summarizing down to was 2,200 for clothing, 850 for supply costs, and both of those go for the celebration. And then the rest can be for printing and publicity for, I guess that kind of gets us to 300 already, actually.
supplies. All right, we can still. All right. I think this can work. I'm gonna move that we fund the category of clothing at 2,000.
Okay.
Second.
Thank you. The category of supplies at 750.
Second.
The category of printing and publicity at 250.
Second.
And then the categories of speaker fees, labor fees, dues and fees, and building venue rental at 0.
Second.
All right. With that, Windspire's been appropriated $3,000 from the Undergraduate Senate in this cycle. Your budget will be finalized on February 14th, 2 weeks from today, when the Senate passes or hears the budget bill along with all of their organization's funding requests. Once this bill is passed by the Senate and signed by the president, you'll be able to expend these funds with the Carolina Union Business Office, either through their reimbursement process or the use of the union's P cards. That is all that we have for you tonight, though. So unless you have further questions, you're good to go.
Great. Thank you so much.
Awesome.
Thank you.
Thank you. Middle East refugee aid is up next. They have passed the treasurer's test. Awesome. All right, good evening, Middle East Refugee Aid. Can you hear me all right?
Hey, yes, I can.
Awesome. Before we get started, I do want to preface that we're working with a budget of roughly $420,000. And with a record number of organizations requesting funding, we will have to appropriate at a rate of roughly 20%. So keep that in mind as we go forward, but I'll give you the next few minutes to sort of introduce your organization and guide me through your funding request.
Yeah, absolutely. So we're the Middle East Refugee Aid Group. We are working to promote health literacy among refugee populations. And so we are requesting a total of $1,000 and $155. And so we are requesting that $355 for supplies. So this money would mostly go towards the STAR program, which we plan to host, and would be helpful in purchasing of utensils, paper plates, and cups, which comes out to roughly $255. We're also requesting $100 to purchase a banner. And then for the clothing category, we're requesting $500 to purchase t-shirts for our board and members. And then to rent a venue for a dump drive being held, we are requesting $300. We would like to prioritize our supplies requests. So any of the money that you could put towards our organization, we would like it to go towards supplies if possible.
Right, that sounds good. Thank you for answering the question. Planning on asking. All right. And all right, I'm going to move that we fund the category of supplies at $355
Second.
All right.
and the category of clothing at $145
Second.
and then building venue rental at $0.
Second.
All right. So with that, Middle East Refugee Aid has been appropriated $500 from the Undergraduate Senate in this cycle. Your budget request will be finalized on February 14th when the full Senate meets to hear the budget bill along with all other organizations requesting funding. Once this bill is passed by the Senate and signed by the president, you will be able to you will be able to expend these funds with the Carolina Union Business Office, either through the use of their P cards or reimbursement for previous purchases. That is all that we have for you tonight, though. So unless you have further questions, you're good to go.
Nope, that's it. Thank you so much.
Awesome. Thank you. Have a great night. Cool. And it's okay. Good evening, Jalen. You're here with the Dermatology Society?
Yes, I am.
All right, awesome. Before we get started, I do want to say that we're working with a budget of roughly $420,000. And with a record number of organizations requesting funding, we will have to appropriate at a rate of roughly 20%. So keep this in mind as we go forward, but I will give you the next few minutes to introduce your organization and guide me through this funding request.
Okay, the presidents also want to be present. Is it fine if I tell them to come now? It's because they were gonna come at 7:50. Okay.
Yeah. We can give them a minute to show up. You are, of course, early. It should be coming in now. All right. With that, you can get started.
Okay, so hi, I'm Jalen. I'm the current treasurer of the Dermatology Society here at UNC Chapel Hill. Today we are requesting a total of $1,450. This will be going towards 4 different programs. Our first program has to do with our event regarding DIY body butter program. And for this event, we plan on utilizing $200 to purchase supplies such as shea butter, coconut butter, containers for the body butter that we'll be making, and essential oils. We plan for this event to be sometime in February, and it will just allow participants to create healthier and safer products to be used on their bodies. And this will also take place in the union as well. Our second event is our DIY sunscreen program, and for this event, we are requesting $750 to be used to buy sunscreen, well, containers to put the sunscreen in, shea butter, coconut oils, baking soda, arrowroot powder, and also essential oils once again. This event will be held sometime in March, and it will also take place in one of the rooms we have reserved in the union. Next, we have our DIY deodorant program, and we are requesting $350 for this program to be used to buy deodorant containers, shea butter, coconut oils, baking soda, and essential oils. And this will also probably be hosted either in March or April in the student union. And lastly, we are asking for money to go towards supplies for a club advertisement. And during this event, or multiple events, our organization will spread more information about our club and its goals and what we plan on doing throughout the year. And it'll probably be hosted in the pit area, the student union, or the club involvement fairs. And for that, we are requesting $150. And that is all we have today.
All right. Oh, see another. Came. On your application, it says your group is unwilling to identify student government as its sponsor. Is this accurate?
Sorry, can you clarify?
Yeah, so as a rule, we require that all organizations who hold events, make publications, do anything that is either sponsored in part or whole with student government money needs to state
I think we accidentally might have checked the wrong box.
Yeah.
Oh, good. Plenty do. As long as we can get that verbal confirmation here, you're more than good.
Yeah, we're fine.
Okay.
But now in terms of us cutting this down to fit within our budget, where would you like our funding to be prioritized for you?
I would say the events.
That's
Mhm.
all right.
Just to spread more awareness.
Yes.
Okay. And then with that, I'm going to move that we fund the category of supplies at 150
Second.
and the category of programming at 350.
Second.
All right, so with that, the Dermatology Society has been appropriated $500 from the Undergraduate Senate in this cycle. Your organization's budget will be finalized on February 14th, 2 weeks from today, when the full Senate meets next to hear the budget bill along with all other organizations' funding requests. Once this bill is passed by the Senate and signed by the president, you'll be able to expend these funds with the Carolina Union Business Office, either through the use of their P cards for upfront purchases or reimbursement for past expenditures. That is all that we have for you tonight, though. So unless you have further questions, you're good to go.
I have one
All right.
question. We received funding last semester as well. Will we still be able to access it?
Yes, all
Okay.
funding rolls over from the fall to the spring. You can expend those funds the same way with either P card or reimbursement with the Union Business Office until LDOC when the union stops.
It refreshes for a new year.
Yeah.
Perfect.
Mm-hmm.
All the questions I have.
Yeah,
Thank you.
That was it. Thank you.
thank you. Have a great night.
You too. Bye.
Good evening, Women's Club Volleyball. Can you hear me all right?
Yes, I can.
Awesome. Okay. Before we get started, I do want to say that we're working with a budget of roughly $420,000. With a record number of organizations requesting funding, we will have to appropriate at a rate of roughly 20%. So keep that in mind as we go forward, but I'll give you the next few minutes to introduce yourself, your organization, and sort of guide me through this request.
All right. Hi, I'm Asia, the treasurer of the UNC Women's Volleyball Club. Our club provides a dynamic platform for students passionate about competitive volleyball. We are self-coached and emphasize skill development, teamwork, and leadership. And we hold bi-weekly practices and play in tournaments each semester in preparation for nationals. Our main goal is to enable college students to sustain their involvement in volleyball while building relationships, maintaining an active lifestyle, and giving back to our athletic community through club events and fundraisers. We plan to use up all the funding that rolled over from last semester to help us pay for tournaments, referees, and hotels. However, tournament fees are more expensive this semester since they are typically ranking tournaments, which means you have to play in these tournaments to qualify for nationals. And so all three teams are participating in 2 away ranking tournaments, one in Clemson and one in Elon. And so we're seeking $1,325 to help cover those fees. In addition to that, we're seeking $600 in labor fees to pay for refs and $50 for supplies. Again, by participating in these ranking tournaments, we're qualified and already registered to attend nationals this year. So our top 2 priorities for funding this semester are the flights and hotel costs for the national championships, which will be held in Kansas City, Missouri from April 18th to April 20th. The cost for nationals takes up a big chunk of our budget, and due to unforeseen flight expenses last year, we were left with less money than usual. So we've been actively working to raise funds, but additional funding would provide much needed support and would ease our club's financial burden. Specifically, we seek $6,000 to help cover flight expenses and an adjusted $3,780 for hotels to accommodate all 27 of our players for 4 nights. This support would alleviate our financial strain and ensure our continued success and presence at the national level. And we recognize the challenges of this year's strained budget cycle and understand the careful considerations in allocating funds. And given the constraints, we gratefully acknowledge that any contribution will alleviate the financial pressures on our members. Thank you for your time in considering our request.
All right. Thank you very much. All right. So I do know that you said that the hotel and flight costs were your most important categories that you'd like to see funded. Are there any other areas which you would view as vitally important to your organization?
Just those 2 are like our top 2 priorities for national since it takes up a big portion of our budget. But besides that would probably be the nationals fees, which I included in the form. It's about $950 per team, and we have 3 teams going.
All right. All right. So I'm going to move that we fund the category of travel at 1,500.
Second.
The category of lodging at 1,260.
Second.
And the categories of supplies, labor fees, dues and fees at 0. All right, so with that, UNC Women's Club Volleyball has been appropriated $2,760 from the Undergraduate Senate in this cycle. Your organization's budget will be finalized on February 14th, exactly 2 weeks from tonight, when the full Senate meets to hear the budget bill, along with all other organizations requesting funding. Once this bill is passed by the Senate and signed by the President, you will have access to expend these funds with the Carolina Union Business Office, either through reimbursement or the use of the union's P cards for upfront purchases. That is all that we have for you tonight, though, so unless you have other questions, you're good to go.
All right, thank you so much.
Of course. Thank you. Have a good night. Oh, okay. Good evening. You're with Carolina Taekwondo Club. Can you hear me all right? Hello? Can you hear me all right? Hello, can you hear me all right? Taekwondo Club?
Yes, we can.
Awesome. Okay. So before we get started, I do want to state that we're working with a budget of roughly $420,000. And with a record number of organizations requesting funding, we will have to appropriate at a rate of roughly 20%. So keep that in mind as we go forward, but I'll give you the next few minutes to introduce your organization and guide me through an outline of this funding request.
All right, awesome. Well, nice to meet you guys. My name is Ning, and I am the co-president here at Carolina Taekwondo Club. I'm here with Jahan.
Hi, I'm Jahan. I'm the treasurer of Taekwondo Club, and we are requesting a total of $8,600 for tournaments and equipment. So we have 2 tournaments this semester, one at Princeton University and one at Liberty University. First, I'm going to talk about Princeton because it's coming up in late February. Our estimated cost for the tournament is about $5,600, and it would cover the cost of hotels, our car rentals, registration, and traveling up to New Jersey. Without the funding, it would cost our athletes about $300 in out-of-pocket costs to go to this tournament, which is not equitable at all, as some of our athletes will be able to pay that cost and some of the athletes will not. And our second tournament is at Liberty University. It would cost us about $1,800 in travel and registration fees. And so any of the funding that we get goes directly towards these tournaments to directly alleviate financial burdens for our athletes. As again, it would just cost too much for them to pay out of pocket to go up to these tournaments. And so this funding is essential in allowing us to achieve our club's mission to allow Carolina students to experience competitive sports taekwondo and just to go up and travel and compete with other college level athletes and just get a feel of what taekwondo at that level is like, as well as for us to represent Carolina on a national stage. We're also requesting $1,200 for arm and leg guards, targets, and black belts. So our club has grown so much since it started. We have so many new members, and we still have the gear. We still have a small amount of gear, and so not enough gear to go around during practices and stuff like that. And so people end up like switching targets and switching gear with each other and switching like helmets and hogus and stuff. And a lot of our gear is falling apart and like coming apart in pieces. Like our helmets, the straps don't like stay on. So if somebody were to get kicked in the head, that would be really dangerous. So we're requesting some funding to get some new gear for that. And then we're also requesting funding for targets. As I said, we've grown a lot as a club over the past couple of semesters. So we don't have enough targets for everybody to pair off and like practice their kicks. So we lose a lot of time trying to group people together. And so they have a lot less time to practice their kicks, and they don't have enough time to spar each other towards the end of practice, which takes away a lot of time from their practice time and hinders their progress, and thus like the team's overall performance at these tournaments that we do go to. And lastly, we would like to purchase embroidered black belts for our members who are testing for their black belts at the end of this semester, because it's such a fundamental part of becoming a black belt, and presenting them with an embroidered black belt that like has their name and is a physical representation of all of the years of hard work that they've put into the club is super important to us and really fosters a sense of community in our club.
All right. Thank you for that. All of your amounts requested fit into our requirements and formulas. On your application, though, it does say your group is unwilling to identify student government as its sponsor. Is this accurate?
We may have mischecked that box if it's a requirement. Obviously, we would be willing to identify you guys as sponsors. We're sorry for
As a
that
rule,
discrepancy.
we have any organization that holds an event or a publication or anything of the like with student government funds has to state somewhere that is sponsored by us, but plenty of organizations misclick. So as long as we can get that verbal confirmation here, you're more than fine.
Yes, for sure. We apologize for that error.
No, all good. Yeah. Now, in terms of us cutting this down to fit within our limited budget, where would you like to see the Senate's funds be prioritized?
Honestly, it's definitely tournaments. Competition is definitely the main focus of our club. And if we don't get enough funds, we're just going to have to really harshly cut the people who we can take. And that would just be a really huge blow to the club because everyone that goes works so hard. And we already cut so many hardworking members. So obviously we'd like everything funded, especially our safety gear. So I suppose the thing I can think of as the least essential would probably be the black belts. But obviously stuff like helmets and then tournaments would be our top two priorities.
All right, cool. Um,
Let me know if I can offer any more clarification.
All good there. Just doing the math now. Okay. All right. I'm going to move that we fund the category of travel at $597.83.
Second.
The category of lodging at $700.
Second.
And the category of supplies at $600.
Second.
And finally, the categories of equipment rental and dues and fees at $0.
Second.
Or no. Apologies. I move that we take that 600 from supplies and put it in dues and fees.
Second.
Misclick there. Okay, yeah. So with that, Carolina Taekwondo Club has been appropriated $1,897.83 from the Undergraduate Senate in this cycle. Your organization's budget request will be finalized in 2 weeks on February 14th, when the full Senate meets to hear the budget bill along with all other organizations requesting funding. Once the budget bill is passed by the Senate and signed by the president, you'll be able to expend these funds with the Carolina Union Business Office, either through the use of the union's P cards for upfront purchases or reimbursement for previous expenditures. That is all that we have for you tonight, though. So unless you have further questions, you're good to go.
Thank you so much for your support.
All right, of course.
Thank you.
Have a good night.
You too.
Science Olympiad. Good evening, Caroline. You're with Carolina Science Olympiad. Can you hear me all right?
I'm sorry, I was on mute. Yes, I'm with Carolina Science Olympiad. I didn't realize I was on mute.
Oh, good. Okay. Before we get started, I do want to say that we're working with a budget of roughly $420,000.
Okay.
And with a record number of organizations requesting funding, we will have to appropriate at a rate of roughly 20%. So keep that in mind as we go forward, but I'll give you the next few minutes to introduce your organization and guide me through this funding request.
So we are Carolina Science Olympiad. We are an alumni organization designed to emphasize the volunteering and connecting science people who participated in North Carolina Science Olympiad in high school, middle school, and things like that, where that was a large part of their identity, in volunteering and outreach towards North Carolina. So we actually just hosted our main event for the year, which is the Invitational on Saturday, January 27th. We had roughly 120 students at UNC students volunteering and hosted about 600 high schoolers on campus. And a large part of why we need funding was to pay for different things for this event. So right now, the two main things we still have to pay for are we have an invoice from the Carolina Union and an invoice from Campus Rec to pay for different capital expenditures that we use during this event. We also have a little bit of other programming that we do just for club members throughout the year, such as a research night that we are planning to do either late March, early April, still trying to work that out within like time schedules on our clock. And we will need things such as the ability to have paper to print for signage and things like that for this event for our club members in order to try and give back to the Carolina community a little bit more since they give so much to everybody else.
All right. That all checks out with us. Now, in terms of cutting this down to fit the budget, where would you like to see the Senate's funds prioritized?
The number one priority needs to be printing, which is the $100 I requested. And then the second priority would be a little bit of whatever we can going towards capital expenditures to again pay for the Carolina Union the Carolina Union bill and the campus rec bill.
All right.
We admitted,
Yeah.
no, sorry.
No, you can go ahead.
No, it's good. I had a thought is now out of my head. I can't remember it.
All right. Yeah. All right. Then in that case, I'm going to move that we fund the category of printing and publicity at $100.
Second.
Thank you. The category of capital expenditures at $1,900.
Second.
And then the category of supplies at $0.
Second.
All right, so with that, Carolina Science Olympiad has been appropriated $2,000 from the Undergraduate Senate in this cycle. Your budget will be finalized on February 14th, exactly 2 weeks from tonight, when the full Senate meets next to hear the budget bill along with all other organizations requesting funding. Once the Senate he passes this bill and it is subsequently signed by the president, you'll be able to expend these funds with the Carolina Union Business Office, either through the use of the union's P cards for upfront purchases or reimbursement for past expenditures, which I'm sure the majority of what you've received will be for. But that is all that we have for you tonight, though. So unless you have further questions, you're good to go.
Awesome. Thank you so much.
Cool.
Thank you.
Of course.
Have a wonderful evening.
You as well. Right. 8:20. Oh, was them. Okay. Good evening to UNC Popper players. Can you both hear me all right?
Yep.
Awesome. Okay. Before we get started, I do want to say that we're working with a budget of roughly $420,000. And as such, and additionally, due to a large number of organizations requesting funding, we will have to appropriate at a rate of roughly 20%. So keep this in mind as we go forward, but I'll give you the next few minutes to guide me through your funding request.
Okay. So first, we are requesting some funds for organization supplies that'll kind of be like part of like our like stash of stuff. We are going to be purchasing a set of 10 mic belts for the actors to use, and then that's going to be $50. And then we're also going to be needing to purchase large amounts of batteries throughout the semester for use in wireless mic packs, and we estimate that to come to about $100. And then next, we are putting on our spring musical Heathers with Company Carolina, and so they did most of the requesting for all the venue and licensing and things, and we're going to work out those finances ourselves later. We specifically are requesting some funds for an event we're going to hold in either the pit or on the quad that we're planning to do mini golf and have some scrunchies. Both of those are kind of like themes of the show. We are going to be having food, but those funds are going to come from elsewhere. Yeah, and then next we rent a storage unit about 10 minutes from campus. And it for rent for 6 months, I'm counting it as January to June. It comes to $642. And then lastly, so at the end of every semester, we hold an award ceremony for all the student theater, and we recognize all the great work that everyone's done, and we give out awards and things. And traditionally, like in years past, we've done it at Linda's Down Bar, and we don't know what Linda's is going to be like in a couple of months. So we think we might have to go ahead and just find a new venue for that. In the past, Linda's never charged us a rental fee, but we will probably have to pay a rental fee this semester. And yeah, that's it.
All right, cool. Well, all of this checks out in terms of our requirements. Now, since we will have to cut this down to fit the budget, where would you like to see the Senate's funds prioritized?
I think probably rent for the storage unit.
All right. Okay. Then I'm going to move that we fund the category of printing and publicity at 50.
Second.
The category of supplies at 100.
Second.
And the category of building venue rental at 350.
Second.
All right, so with that, UNC Popper Players has been appropriated $500 from the Undergraduate Senate in this cycle. Your budget will be finalized on February 14th, exactly 2 weeks from tonight, when the full Senate meets to hear the budget bill along with all other organizations' funding requests. Once this bill is passed by the Senate and signed by the President, you will be able to expend those funds with the Carolina Union Business Office, either through the use of the union's P cards or reimbursement for previous expenditures. That is all that we have for you tonight, though. So if you don't have any more questions, you're good to go.
All right, thank you so much.
All right. Thank you. Have a great night.
You too. Bye-bye.
Good evening, Jackson and Kasra. You're both with the Persian Cultural Society?
Correct.
Awesome. Okay, before we get started, I do want to say that we're working with a budget of roughly $420,000, and with a record number of orgs requesting funding, we will have to appropriate at a rate of roughly 20%. So keep this in mind as we go forward, but I'll give you the next few minutes to introduce your organization and guide me through your funding request.
Sure. I'll just get started here. So we have a multitude of events planned for the this semester. So the first one is going to be the Nowruz collaboration event that we're going to be holding with NC State on March 24th. Nowruz is the Persian New Year. So this is going to be a big event for us. This location will be at the Tally Student Union in Raleigh. The entertainment includes Iranian traditional music and dance performances by performers and a dance party DJ from Radio Javan. We will cover the cost for the entertainment budget, while other expenses are covered by NC State and likely Duke University. So this is around $3,000, with $2,000 going towards the performer, $500 for the space rental, and $500 for travel. Next, we have a Great Hall concert on April 12th held at UNC, and we're booking performers for a Persian holiday celebration. The cost breakdown, again, is $2,700 for the space rental, $700 for the actual performer, and $600 for the performer travel expenses. Our third event will be a kebab making workshop, which is in the first week of April. We're planning to hold a joint event with the Duke's Persian Student Association at this location. And this is just going to be a $40 budget consisting of supplies of cups, plates, utensils, and metal skewers. The event afterwards is going to be a soccer and picnic meeting, again, April 1st, and just a $25 budget for just a soccer ball. The meetings afterwards on January 25th, or sorry, the movie night potluck that's occurring on January 25th, which we had, I think we're going to have in a couple days. And then February 16th is going to include a $40 budget consisting of the movie payment, cups and plates again, and utensils. And then on February 29th, we're going to have a Persian trivia, again, a $60 budget for just Persian themed prizes. And then our last event will be the Duke Nowruz event, which is going to be held on March 21st. And this will be held at the Duke University, which we, the UNC Persian Cultural Society, will help cover the cost for entertainment budget and the venue, while other expenses are covered by the Duke's Association for the Persian Cultural Society. Cost breakdown again is $3,000, $500 for the location, and $2,500 for the performer and the travel expenses for the performer.
All right. This all checks out in terms of our requirements. Now, okay, since we will have to cut this down to fit within our budget, where would you like to see the Senate's funds prioritized?
Jackson, do you have any?
Yeah, I would
Senate?
say the joint Nowruz events that we're having with NC State and Duke are really important because they're working really hard with that, and we've told them that we can definitely help where we can. And as well as the event we're trying to have at UNC would be really important.
All right.
And Castro did a good job explaining, but Nowruz is also the largest holiday for Persian culture. And this is sort of hence we asked for a little bit more money in the spring semester where Nowruz falls via fall where we asked for a little bit less.
All right. That was yes. Okay. And now the 2,500 for entertainment for the Nowruz event would be under labor fees, correct?
Yes, it's going to go for, again, the performers and just, yeah, the travel and the performers.
All right. Then with that, I'm going to move that we fund the category of building venue rental at $500.
Second.
Thank you. The category of labor fees at $1,150.
Second.
Thank you. The category of supplies at $165.
Second.
And travel at $0.
Second.
All right. So with that, the Persian Cultural Society has been appropriated $1,815 from the Undergraduate Senate in this cycle. Your budget will be finalized on February 14th, exactly 2 weeks from now, when the full Senate meets to hear the budget bill along with all other organizations' funding requests. Once the budget bill is passed by the Senate and signed by the President, you will be able to expend these funds with the Carolina Union Business Office, either through P cards that the union has for upfront purchases, as well as reimbursement for past expenditures. That is all that we have for you tonight, though. So unless you have further questions, you're good to go.
Are we allowed to utilize our funding from last semester for this semester by chance?
Yes,
Okay,
all funds from the fall roll over into the spring, and all funds can be used and expended until LDOC when the union's business office stops processing new requests.
Okay, gotcha.
Okay. And also one more question really quickly. Is there any way that the number changes between now and after February 14th when it's finalized?
There is a slight chance that those numbers change during budget reconciliation. This is highly unlikely with the budgets and funding rates that we're keeping ourselves at. It's more likely that if that number is to change, it would go up than go down. But yeah, it's possible that it changes. It's very unlikely though.
Okay.
Mhm.
All right. That's all I have. Do you have anything, Casper?
I think you answered it. No.
Okay.
All right.
Thank you.
All right, thank you both, and have a good night.
Yeah.
Yep, you as well.
All right. Um, okay. BME time. Good evening, both of you, with the Biomedical Engineering Society.
Yes.
Yep.
All right. Before we get started, I do want to say that we're working with a budget of roughly $420,000. As such, with a large record number of organizations requesting funding, we will have to appropriate at a rate of roughly 20%. So keep this in mind as we go forward, but I'll give you both the next few minutes to introduce your organization and guide me through your funding request.
Oh, our treasurer is about to join. I think our hearing time was at 8:50. Is it okay if we wait for her to join?
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
One moment. All right. The only thing that you missed was that we will have to fund at a rate of roughly 20% because of a strained budget and a record number of organizations requesting funding. But the three of you, since you're all here, you can get started now.
I do apologize. I've just connected to audio. Could you please repeat what you said?
Yes. Okay, so we're working with a budget of roughly $420,000, and with a record number of organizations requesting funding, we'll have to appropriate at a rate of roughly 20%. So keep that in mind, but you can have the next few minutes to introduce your organization and your funding request.
Okay. Good evening, everyone. My name is Danica, and I'm honored to serve as the treasurer for the UNC Chapel Hill Biomedical Engineering Society, or BMES. Our club is committed to supporting undergraduate students of all backgrounds and experiences who share passion for biomedical engineering. And as the sole engineering major at UNC, our society must positively represent biomedical engineering to the entire student body. We actively encourage students to explore engineering and other sciences, promoting diversity and inclusivity along the way. We provide our members with the opportunity to engage in mentorship programs, application and course planning events, networking opportunities, and various workshops designed to enhance their educational and practical experiences in the field. The BMA program is a joint program with NC State, and it thrives on the spirit of collaboration. So we partner with other STEM clubs to teach fundamental engineering skills to students and represent biomedical engineering on a larger stage and build community at UNC. This semester, we are organizing multiple hands-on learning workshops for our members. And in collaboration with the Helping Hands Project, we will be conducting a computer-aided design or CAD workshop, where we will teach members of both clubs essential industry skills in modeling objects, and we will use eco-friendly 3D printing filament to print their designs. And to facilitate the growing popularity of these workshops, we are seeking funding for a club 3D printer, enabling our members to advance their skills further. In collaboration with Engineering World Health, our circuitry workshop will guide members in creating devices from scratch, requiring funding for essential materials such as wires, Arduino boards, and capacitors. Finally, members will get the unique opportunity to apply their skills and build their own designs in a cumulative workshop near the end of the semester. And so we are seeking funding for eco-friendly filament and non-leaded solder for this capstone event. These workshops are going to be open to students of all majors and backgrounds, contributing to the promotion of diversity, equity, and inclusion, and fostering a collaborative spirit within the larger student body at UNC. Beyond workshops, BMES is dedicated to strengthening connections with our sister chapter at NC State and fostering relationships with BME alumni through various social events throughout the entire year. Our mentorship program aims to provide crucial support to our members, helping them navigate the challenges of the demanding BME program. We are organizing events such as a visit to Maple View Farms for upperclassmen BME students to connect with underclassmen students, as well as a social event in April that is open to students at both UNC and NC State to build a supportive and positive community outside of the classroom. BMES is also hosting an alumni event that will allow the representation of the entire BME population at UNC to come together. It is a chance for potential members to learn about biomedical engineering and for current members to get excited about their futures as BME graduates, which will increase enthusiasm and passion for the program and the club. These events are not only going to facilitate networking among students, but also contribute to building a robust support system for our members. To further strengthen the bonds within our community, we are seeking funding for venue rentals and gas. Our final program will be a research symposium. This is going to be a joint event between alumni and any interested undergraduate students. Participants are going to come together to present their research and get feedback from people of all different experiences and strengths. And so we are requesting funding for supplies for participants to build models and presentation boards to make this event a more professional and interactive learning experience. Part of being a good biomedical engineer is understanding the needs of the communities around you. As part of our commitment to community engagement and service, BMES has collaborated with organizations such as VITA and Habitat for Humanity, providing essential healthcare and housing resources from Chapel Hill all the way to Costa Rica. This semester, we plan to continue these efforts while offering more volunteering opportunities at events like the Future City Competition and North Carolina Science and Engineering Fair. Between those two events alone, our members will interact with over 40,000 participants, giving BMES members the opportunity to build working relationships with engineers and other STEM professionals running the competitions, and to build a name for the UNC BME program in the larger North Carolina area. We are seeking funding for gas to support eco-friendly carpooling initiatives for our volunteers for this event. Our final funding category is going to be dues and fees. BMES will participate in the Triangle Biotech Tuesdays program, offering members the opportunity to network with biotech professionals and get connected with internships and jobs. And this endeavor will allow our club to represent the only engineering major at UNC throughout the entire Triangle area. We are seeking funding for registration fees to ensure that our members can actively participate in this valuable opportunity. So thank you so much for your time. I am now available to address any questions that you may have about our funding requests or our club in general.
All right, of course, thank you very much. In the travel amounts for gas that you've requested, the 500 and then consistent 162 seem like more broad numbers, and we do have to fund at those specific formulas of per mile per car. Were these formulas
Yes.
followed when?
Yes, we did follow those formulas. We did the calculations using Google Maps to determine how many miles it would be to drive there and back, and then set the limit to about 6 cars per event because of our carpooling and our large club members.
All right. Then everything else looks good within our requirements. My next question is, since we will need to cut this down to fit the budget, where would you like to see the Senate's funds prioritized?
We would appreciate if the Senate prioritized the supplies funding category because these are going to be used to fund our regular weekly GBMs and workshops, which are really the backbone of this program. These events and workshops are going to be what allow us to really make an impact here at like the student body at UNC, and get the most people involved.
All right. Now, would you like to see that supplies category funded in as large an amount as the Senate can appropriate, or would you like to see other categories funded at smaller amounts as well?
I will actually let our presidents take this question, if that is okay with you.
Yeah. We would like smaller amounts in the other categories as well, but as Danica had already stated, we would like to prioritize the supplies.
All right.
Agreed.
All right. I'm going to move that we fund the category of travel at $162.
Second.
Thank you. The category of capital expenditures at $200.
Second.
The category of building venue rental at $300.
Second.
The category of dues and fees at $250.
Second.
And then the category of supplies at $1,600.
Second.
All right, so with that, the UNC Biomedical Engineering Society has been appropriated $2,512 from the Undergraduate Senate in this cycle. Your organization's budget will be finalized on February 14th, exactly 2 weeks from now, when the full Senate meets to hear the budget bill along with all other organizations' funding requests. Once this bill is passed by the Senate and signed by the President, you will be able to expend these funds with the Carolina Union Business Office, either through reimbursement or the use of the union's P cards for upfront purchases. That is all that we have for you tonight, however, so unless you have further questions, you're good to go.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you all very much and have a great night.
You too.
You too.
Good evening, pause for a cause. Can you hear me all right?
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes, awesome.
Okay.
Okay. Before we get started, I do want to state that we're working with a budget of roughly $420,000. And with a record number of organizations requesting funding, we will have to appropriate at a rate of roughly 20%. So keep that in mind as we go forward, but I will give you the next few minutes to introduce your organization and guide me through this funding request.
Yes. So we're Pause for a Cause at Carolina. We are a nonprofit registered with the state of North Carolina. We have roughly 100 paying dues members, but our events are usually in the pit, so we reach a lot of people on campus. The biggest event this past semester reached about 200 to 300 students on campus, so we are very happy with that. We do a lot of fundraising on campus, and so our biggest fundraiser this past year raised about $500 for a local animal nonprofit, so we were very excited about that. Our funding requests is $1,000 for supplies. Our biggest need this next semester is building a new dog kissing booth. It's something we use for our events, and we're expecting that to cost about $200 to $400. So in terms of the 20% appropriation rate, I think that's our biggest need is that kissing booth. We're either going to build that by hand or contract it out as it is made out of wood. So we're not very crafty. But and then also we need to buy other supplies. This year we were able to use Senate funding to buy a table cover, and we just need some other supplies like a new table. Also for programming, we requested 1,500. We're hoping to do, or I may have gotten those numbers confused, but we're hoping to do a another big fundraising event on campus, and so we're hoping to cover as much of our costs as possible so we can donate as much money to the organization as possible. We're hoping to do that on campus to cut down having to pay for a venue, which can be costly. So one of the things we were thinking was buying tote bags and having people pay to decorate them. And if we could cover the supplies of that, then we could be able to donate all the money to a local organization. So yeah, we're really excited. We were able to raise roughly $1,000 this semester. So we're hoping to do that again this upcoming semester with the help of funding to cover our costs.
All right. Thank you very much. This all fits within our requirements. I know that you mentioned the kissing booth was your priority. Would you like all available Senate funds to go towards that as possible?
Yes.
All right. Then with that, I'm going to move that we fund the category of supplies at 550
Second.
and the category of programming at 0.
Second.
All right, so with that, Pause for a Cause at UNC has been appropriated $550 from the Senate this cycle. Your budget will be finalized on February 14th, exactly 2 weeks from now, when the full Senate meets to hear the budget bill, along with all other organizations' funding requests. That is all, once this bill is passed by the Senate and signed by the president, you'll be able to expend these funds with the Carolina Union Business Office, either through reimbursement or the use of the union's P cards for upfront purchases. That is all that we have for you tonight, though. So unless you have further questions, you're good to go.
No, I don't. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Have a good night.
Bye.
Yes, okay.
Hello.
Good evening. You're with the Health Humanities Journal. Can you hear me all right? Okay.
Yes.
Awesome. Before we get started, we are working with a budget of roughly $420,000, and with a record number of organizations requesting funding, we will have to appropriate at a rate of roughly 20%. So keep this in mind as we go forward, but I will give you the next few minutes to introduce your organization and describe what you're requesting funds for.
Okay, so the Health Humanities Journal inspires and facilitates interdisciplinary work related to health, illness, caregiving, and medicine. And we allow student authors, artists, and editors from a variety of disciplines to engage in dialogue, meaning making, and multiple representations of the body, health, mind, wellness, and experiences within the medical system. And in the past few years, like our journal has gathered international attention, which lets UNC Chapel Hill students have an opportunity to contribute to the health humanities far beyond the borders of Chapel Hill. So we accept submissions nationwide from fiction, art, poetry, prose, narrative, and research submissions. And we currently have around 20 staff members. So we have about 14 undergraduate and 6 graduate/medical student editors, and we have 2 faculty members, mentors. We typically get around like 190 to 100 submissions a semester, and we publish around 30 40 pieces. And we publish journals each semester. So for this semester, we're requesting $326.40 for journal printing costs. And this is for our physical copy. But we also have an online version of our journal that we post onto our website, and we're requesting $252 for that. And then we're requesting $100 for our exhibition night, venue rental, and then we're requesting $40 for postage fees, since we do ship physical copies of our journals to all of the authors that do get published, and to our donors.
All right. Now this all does check out with our requirements. To fit this down to the budget, where would you like to see the Senate's funds prioritized?
Definitely with our journal printing costs and our online distribution.
All right. Cool. Then with that, I'm going to move that we fund the category of supplies at $40.
Second.
The category of printing and publicity at $460,
Second.
and the category of building venue rental at $0. All right, so with that, the Health Humanities Journal has been appropriated $500 from the Undergraduate Senate in this cycle. Your budget will be finalized on February 14th, exactly 2 weeks from tonight, when the full Senate meets next to consider the budget bill, which will include all organizations' funding requests in this cycle. Once this budget bill is passed by the Senate and signed by the President, you will be able to expend these funds with the Carolina Union Business Office, either through the use of the union's P cards for upfront purchases, as well as reimbursement for previous expenditures. That is all that we have for you tonight, though. So unless you have further questions, you're good to go. Thank you very much for coming.
Thank you.
Have a great night. Oh, okay. Never say it in time. Good evening, Jada. You're here with the Campus Y, and you can hear me all right?
Hi, how are you?
Good. Okay. So before we get started, I do just want to say that we're working with a budget of roughly $420,000, and with a record number of organizations requesting funding, we'll only be able to fund at a rate of roughly 20%. So keep this in mind as we go forward, but I will give you the next few minutes to introduce your organization and describe to me what you're requesting funding for.
Okay, great. I'm Jada, and Ananth is also part of the Campus Y. I think he might be in the waiting room. But the Campus Y has a few new committees this semester that just got in last semester. So for the spring funding request, we've kind of requested for them, and we've also requested for some committees whose events are coming up this semester, specifically Carolina Kickoff. They have to start pretty early because they're just hosting so many kids, but our biggest kind of categories this semester would be supplies and building and venue rental. So Carolina Kickoff, for their whole program, their biggest expenses come from building and venue rental and supplies and clothing for the campers. And then we've also had some new committees, specifically like Seek and Sun and Soul, who are also requesting for a lot in building and venue rental for their events that are kind of going to kick off their committees joining the Campus Y, and for like their main big events this semester, specifically for Sun and Soul. They're doing an arts event and hoping to rent out the pitch, and then also hoping to work with Shepherd Middle School in the Chapel Hill Carborough area. So they're also getting supplies to do art projects with the local middle schoolers. And you can also jump in if I miss anything, but I'm kind of just going through and talking about each event, major event that the committee's requested for. And yes, and then CJA specifically is also hoping to do a Sudan week, which is focusing on like an arts and culture night to help raise awareness for what's happening in Sudan right now. So they'll also be requesting for like building and venue rental in the Stone Center. And then part of their events this semester is also open mic nights. So equipment rental through that, and then supplies again for the Sudan week. And then we also have some new committees. Seek, like I talked about, that's hoping to do a sustainable art fashion show. So they need money for supplies and clothing, just to help craft the materials that'll be presented in the fashion show. And then musical empowerment is doing what they typically do, but they have a spring recital. And they're hoping to get supplies for that recital and printing and publicity to print flyers as well. Actually, for most of the events that I've mentioned, they're requesting money for printing and publicity to print flyers for their events and to just around campus. And then Compost Mates is also requesting supplies for their initiative, which is providing like composting services to people in the Carborough Chapel Hill area. So they'd be requesting supplies for buckets, and then also like lids, just for like new people who want to join the program. And then you can jump in. I think that's kind of the most that I've seen, but yeah, hoping to do a lot of events this semester. But like I mentioned, I think building and venue rental, supplies, and printing and publicity would be like our main expenses. Yeah. And did you have anything?
Yeah, I think you covered pretty much all of it. Sorry, I missed a little bit of the early part, but I don't know if we mentioned that the there's labor fees for CJA that will go towards performers and henna artists for the butterfly ball.
Yeah.
Okay. That was the only thing I didn't catch. Yeah, I think that's all. Thank you.
All right. Awesome. Well, on the travel that you've requested, we do have to fund at specific formulas for or an amount per mile traveled per car, and seeing as that 200 was requested, that doesn't seem to be in the formula, so we wouldn't be able to fund that. But everything else does fit and looks good and valid for us. Now, just in terms of cutting this down to fit within our budget, where would you like the Senate's funds to be prioritized?
I would say the committees would have the most use out of building venue rental, supplies, and printing and publicity, and then labor fees.
All right. All right. I'm going to move that we fund the category of building venue rental at $800.
Second.
The category of supplies at $1,000.
Second.
The category of printing and publicity at $600.
Second.
Labor fees at $500.
Second.
And then the categories of travel, programming, equipment rental, dues and fees, and clothing at $0.
Second.
All right, so with that, the campus Y has been appropriated $2,900 from the Undergraduate Senate in this cycle. Your budget request will be finalized on February 14th, when the full Senate meets next to hear the budget bill, which will include all organizations' funding requests for this cycle. Once this bill is passed by the Senate and signed by the President, you will be able to expend these funds with the Carolina Union Business Office, either through a reimbursement or the use of the union's P cards. That is all that we have for you tonight, though, so unless you have further questions, you're good to go.
Great, thank you. Did you have?
I think I'm good.
Okay, thank you.
Awesome, thank you. Have a great night.
You too.
All right. Seeing as how 7 minutes have passed since we wear the masks assigned hearing time and the fact that they have not shown up, going to move that we appropriate all categories at $0.
Second.
Thank you. Good evening, friends of Ukraine. You can both hear me all right?
Yeah.
Awesome. Okay, so before we get started, I do just want to say that we're working with a budget of roughly $420,000, and with a record number of organizations requesting funding, we will have to fund at a rate of roughly 20%. So keep that in mind as we go forward, but I'll give you both the next few minutes to introduce yourselves, your organization, and guide me through this request.
I can start out. We're representing the organization Friends of Ukraine. My name is Anna, and I'm one of the co-presidents of this organization. Sophia is another Ukrainian on campus. She is our treasurer and another co-president. And we're the only Ukrainian organization on campus. So we are dedicated to promoting Ukrainian culture, and our mission is clear: foster cultural appreciation, provide educational enrichment, and support platforms on campus, and also support the only few Ukrainian students that are on campus and coming from Ukraine right now. So we do it through different opportunities for our students and for our Ukrainian community. Firstly, our discussions, lectures, workshops, Ukrainian hours that are lessons of Ukrainian language on campus, since we don't have Ukrainian classes on campus yet. And through all of these events, we're exploring Ukrainian history, politics, and society constantly, and we drew it to the diversity crowd on our campus. We kindly request you to provide funding for many workshops that we're planning to organize this semester, one of which would be a cooking workshop. Cooking workshops that already has been success last semester, and we attracted up to 30 attendees. This event offered experiences with Ukrainian culinary traditions, but also served as a platform for connecting with people who have ties to Ukraine and those who are interested in our culture offerings. Looking ahead, we're expanding our reach. We're planning traditional art and crafts workshops and a special Easter egg coloring event to engage even more members. Easter egg coloring is kind of a custom and a tradition of Ukraine, which would be also another representation of our unique culture and traditions. We want to connect with more people who share a genuine interest in Ukrainian traditions. To keep these valuable programs running, we're seeking financial support. All of our initiatives has been so far free for the whole student body of UNC, so we need funds and resources to keep them free, and cover the costs that are associated with these events, who are attracting a diverse audience, as you might have seen on our application. So to conclude, Friends of Ukraine isn't just a student group. We're here to connect the UNC community with Ukrainian culture. The attendance at our events proves that there is a genuine interest on UNC campus, and your support will help us to continue making a positive impact on campus. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much. All of this checks out in terms of our personal requirements. Now, in terms of cutting this down slightly to fit the budget, where would you like to see the Senate's funds prioritized?
You mean among the activities that we mentioned in our application?
Yes.
Yeah, I would say it's probably the cooking workshops, since probably, as you have seen, they require the most funds, and especially because we are trying to rent the kitchen space to accommodate students, as well as some, yeah, so basically these, and yeah, I think that's it. And as you have seen, there are some other activities that we had on the application.
Mhm.
Yeah,
no.
well, yeah, sorry, I forgot to mention the Pisanki workshop, which is the egg painting that is traditional Ukrainian event celebrated in spring, which is also a very major event that's we want to conduct here on campus for, that's why we need materials to expand it to even larger group, not on like to 5 or 10, maybe to 10 or 20 people who were very interested last year. However, it was provided mostly for community by FedEx Center, but not to the student body. So we want to provide it primarily for free for students this semester.
Now I guess I missed one of the parts on the cooking workshop, but we cannot fund food for consumption outside of the food insecurity cycle that was run in the fall, so we would not be able to provide funding for that food specifically. But the rest of it is good.
Due to the guidelines, since you're not able to provide for the food and like cooking workshop, maybe we can transfer that budget to other workshops, because we did have an idea of an event that would be dedicated to the anniversary of the conflict in Ukraine. We were planning painting tote bags. That would be again free for all of the students, so maybe we can transfer budget in that direction.
Yeah, as well as we also had the event in mind that we planned after submitting the application, which is basically another cultural event involving traditional doll, like traditional Ukrainian doll making out of fabric without using needles and scissors, which is quite a traditional and unique like custom in Ukraine. And it would take us up to $100 to cover fabric for like 20 students who will engage in the workshop, as well as polyester, fiber, feel, and threads. So together it will be $100, which can be covered instead of covering food costs, I think.
All right. Cool.
And also, yeah, another thing that we would mention, another event that we also plan to do is like Ukrainian spring celebration. For that, we only need like fake weeds for decorations, because it's about like Ukrainian symbols as well as candles, and it's only like $50, I mean. So together, those events that we planned but did not apply for a budget, the price for that the funding for that would be up to $150.
All right, cool. Then in that case, I'm going to move that we fund the category of building venue rental at 170. Do we hear a second?
Second.
Thank you. And the category of dues and fees at 330.
Second.
All right, so with that, Friends of Ukraine has been appropriated $500 from the Undergraduate Senate in this cycle. There we go, okay. This budget will be finalized all right, on February 14th, exactly 2 weeks from tonight, when the full Senate meets to hear the budget bill along with all other organizations' funding requests. Once this bill is passed by the Senate and signed by the President, you will be able to expend these funds with the Carolina Union Business Office, either through reimbursement of previous purchases or P cards for those upfront expenditures. But that is all that we have for you tonight, though. So unless you have further questions, you're good to go.
No, we have
thank
no.
you.
All right. Awesome then. Thank you very much for coming. Have a great night.
Yeah, you too.
always fun telling the orgs that request low enough to get 500 to get the 500 floor that we're funding at 20%, and then when we give them much more than 20%, they get happy.
So true.
All right, Kappa Theta Pi. Good evening, Kappa Theta Pi. Can you hear me all right?
Yes.
Awesome. Okay, so before we get started, I do want to state that we're working with a budget, there we go, okay, of roughly $420,000. And with a record number of organizations requesting funding, we will have to appropriate at a rate of roughly 20%. So keep that in mind as we go forward, but I'll give you the next few minutes to introduce your organization and guide me through this funding request.
Sure. Should I get started?
Yeah.
Okay. Hi everybody. I'm a member of Kappa Theta Pi, a professional technological organization. Just some of our core pillars is professional development, alumni connections, social growth, technological advancement, and academic support. And some of the events that we do is we have a professional development events slash workshops. We also have speaker events slash panels, hackathons, study groups slash project teams, and philanthropy events. Now to kind of get into like the specifics of our budget request. So our building rental, for this, sometimes we host hackathons like professional development workshops, professional speaker events, and one of my favorites, the alumni weekend, where the alumni come in and they kind of just like debrief us on life post-grad and, give us advice with like internships and whatnot. It's like another one of our ways we strengthen our bond and just within our organization and with each other. Something that's very important to us. Second is dues and fees. So sometimes we plan our own hackathons or we compete in them, and we need them for. Sometimes the hackathons have dues and like entry fees, so we use it for that or just computer gear. This is really something that we use to develop our technical skills. Second is lodging. So we have kind of a development event in April, a professional development event in April. And this is really where we focus on our social growth and sometimes kind of like the behavioral part of interviews. And it's just like a time from where the current members, they can just, get together and just talk about their experiences with the interviews and like, internships and all that stuff. And then I kind of have the math listed for that. I don't know if you guys have pulled up. And then secondly is production slash costumes. So like I said, something that's important to us is like showing off a united front and just having that sense of community. And this is kind of a tangible way to do it. So having like these costumes such as the hackathons or even around campus, and like we had our recruitment events recently where we get new members and just showing that we are kind of a sense of community and our bond. That's something that's very important to us. And then finally travel, that goes with the lodging. Kind of have the math listed there too. We really try our best to fit as many people in a car as we can. And yeah, that's pretty much it.
All right. Awesome. Yeah, so this all fits within our personal requirements and funding guidelines. Uh, Now, in terms of cutting this down to fit the budget, where would you like the Senate's funds to be prioritized?
Sure. So, the building rental, uh, and I would say the production slash costumes. Oh, should I rank all of them? Or did you want like a?
If you'd like to, or just two or three of the ones that are most vital to the functioning of your
Okay. I would say the building rental and then the production slash costumes.
All right. Then with that, I'm going to move that we fund the category of building venue rental at 1,400.
Second.
Category of clothing at 1,200.
Second.
Then the categories of dues and fees, lodging, and travel at 0.
Second.
All right, so with that, Kappa Theta Pi has been appropriated $2,600 from the undergraduate senate in this cycle. Your budget request will be finalized on February 14th, exactly 2 weeks from tonight, when the full Senate meets next to hear the budget bill along with all other organizations' funding requests. Once your funding request is final, or once the Senate passes the budget bill and it is signed by the president, you will have the ability to expend these funds with the Carolina Union Business Office, either through the use of P cards for upfront purchases or reimbursement requests for those made prior. That is all that we have for you tonight, however. So if you don't have any more questions, you're good to go.
Wonderful. Thank you.
Have a great night.
You too. Bye-bye.
Good evening. You are with the Undergraduate Law Association, correct?
Yes.
Awesome. Before we get started, I do just want to say that we're working with a budget of roughly $420,000. And as such, we will only be able to fund the record number of organizations that have applied at a rate of roughly 20%. So keep that in mind as we go forward, but I will give you the next few minutes to introduce yourself, your organization, and sort of guide me through this request.
Shall I start? Shall I
Yeah.
start?
Yeah.
All right, great. So my name is Nayak, and I'm the treasurer for the Undergraduate Law Association of Carolina. So we're a new club aiming to promote undergrad research and in law and engaging students in scholarly writing from early on in their careers in law. So to do so, we're gathering a group of writers to produce a publication with the aim to publish it semesterly. And such journal would have law review articles, both in national law and international law, and would be edited by our team of staffers. As for now, roughly 3 weeks after the kickoff of the club, we already have around 30 members, and we're accepting more on the basis of the applications. So we see that there is interest on campus for this new idea of having a publication, that we see that other prestigious colleges across the US also do. So there's definitely some interest on campus. As for funding, to improve our pool of writers and to attract more people on campus to this initiative, we plan to invite guest speakers. This would be very beneficial to writers because they would be able to explore the different ideas that experts in the field can hold. And furthermore, it can also help the whole campus since we're bringing new ideas to campus and new perspectives for any law scholars and any prospective law school students, undergraduate law school students. Again, this is a great preparation and would be ideal for applications in law school, both for UNC and for other universities. And this is something that definitely a lot of students demand. And the amount of law students, the amount of students, pre-law students, is definitely very high in our campus. But beyond this, it's not only for law students. Engaging like the deep conversation of legal matters and policy things can be very helpful for I'm thinking policy students, public policy students, not necessarily going to law, but I don't know, going to political assistance or aiding people in the US Senate or whatever. So this can bring speakers can definitely be great for many social science students. So we aim to bring 3 speakers per semester, and we estimate to cost around $10,000 plus some $540 for lodging. And we plan to encompass the whole political spectrum, so as to introduce our members and the whole campus to diverse ideas and foster passion for debate in this field. And the allocation for lodging would be very useful to make sure that the geography is not a bias in the sense, and we can bring people from Chapel Hill and Raleigh, but also from Charlotte, and even from states nearby, or people who would normally not come to Chapel Hill because of the distance. Last, our organization is also looking to become a registered entity in the state of North Carolina, and for that, as a nonprofit, and for that, we do need some transaction and registration fees. So that would be some $310 that we're requesting, because this registration as an organization would help us create and carry out tax-free fundraising events. And that way we can fund the journal better. And yeah, this would be like a $310 fee in terms of application fees, as well as register agents fees to be able to correctly register in the state of North Carolina. So in that sense, we are requesting $10,540 for speaker fees, as well as $310 for registration fees. And that would be our budget request for this semester as a new club here at UNC.
All right, thank you very much. This all follows our specific rules, and there are no miscellaneous incorrect statements. So in terms of cutting this down to fit the budget, where would you like to see the Senate's funds prioritized?
As in which areas do we prioritize, you mean?
Yeah, like our funding categories.
So for now, we believe that the registration could be delayed a bit since we still need to establish a club. So if we do need to cut a bit, we'd rather cut from the registration fees rather than from the speaker fees, which would definitely help us grow as an organization, and then we can later manage the official state registration.
All right, then. Okay. All right. I'm going to move that we fund the category of lodging at 540.
Second.
And the category of speaker fees at 1,900.
Second.
And then additionally, the categories of labor fees and dues and fees at 0.
Second.
All right, so with that, the Undergraduate Law Association at Carolina has been appropriated 2,440 from the Undergraduate Senate in this cycle. Your budget will be finalized on February 14th, exactly 2 weeks from tonight, when the full Senate meets next to consider the budget bill along with all other organizations' funding requests. Once the budget bill is passed by the Senate and signed by the president, you will be able to expend these funds with the Carolina Union Business Office, either through reimbursement or the use of the union's P cards for upfront purchases. That is all that we have for you tonight, though. So unless you have further questions, you're good to go.
All right. Yep, that's it. Thank you very much. And
Thank you. Have a great night.
Hold on, I can't hear you.
Good evening. Can you hear me all right?
Yeah.
All right. Looks like
My treasurer is still in the room.
I've invited them to subcommittee 1. Looks like they're
Oh.
just waiting on pressing the button to join. All right, there we go. Oh. All right. Good evening. Before we begin, I would like to state that we're working with a budget of roughly $420,000, and with a record number of organizations requesting funding, we will have to appropriate at an average rate of about 20%. So keep this in mind as we go forward, but I'll give both of you the next few minutes to introduce your organization and guide me through this funding request.
Okay. Yeah, I'm Louise, my treasurer Dina, representing the BIPOC Skate Collective. Yeah, I read that it was 20% allocation rate, so like speak with that in mind. So we've been sort of like restructuring during the winter semester. So I think a lot of folks are anticipating us coming back. Yeah, but we're a skate collective aimed at feminine BIPOC folks. So the space for BIPOC folks to come skating community. Of course, we're open to everyone, but I think a lot of students appreciate this space. And this semester, we're trying to align more with social justice, so like skateism, and that's the goal. And you can see that in our funding request. Yeah, but information about our org is in the application. I'll talk a little bit about our funding request and which ones are of highest priority. So the main ones are the solidarity event and the Day of Skate. And for that, we're requesting money to go towards decks and skate supplies as well as art supplies. Yeah, but the solidarity event is in line with our want to become more social justice aligned. It would include painting decks. The decks that we purchase, all of them will be bamboo. Bamboo boards tend to be more sustainable because bamboo grows really quickly as compared to maple decks. It's more sustainable. It's more renewable. Yeah. But the solidarity event will be like we're partnering with we'll be partnering with CJA and Earth Tones to create decks and put messages of solidarity on those boards. It'll be a community event. The Day of Skate will happen toward the end of the spring semester. And this also revolves around community and outreach, as well as being social justice aligned, but we'll have safety trainings and just like community building, requesting money for decks, as well as supplies and some programming stuff for that event. So those are our main priorities, just the solidarity event and the Day of Skate. Like if 20% of funding is allocated to anything, we'd ask it to be allocated to that. And also like we're requesting money for safety supplies so that our members can skate safely. That's in that last event. It goes toward it's like a skate fund. Anybody can request, and like helmets and knee pads and stuff like that. So those are our like main priorities. We're also trying to align more with social justice, and we're wanting to do coalition building with this group called Brujas. They like really exemplify skate activism. They're in New York. They do a lot around organizing, and we'd like to build capacity around that among our exec and new members. So we wanted to plan a trip up there to just like being community and coalition build because they have their hands in multiple places. So we requested funding for that. That's not a priority. And the second one was to go to DC. We have connections to Howard's Skate Collective. We have connections to folks up there and just do some event organizing around Columbia Heights and the Capitol. It's also an HBCU, I think. So they're like strategic type of university and strategic location just to coalition build and engage in more like activism, which is a goal, an overarching goal for the Skate Collective. But like we're really trying to emphasize like ensuring that new exec members like really know how to organize
and connect skating with activism. And I think a lot of folks have been waiting for us to restructure and become more visible. So yeah, just the main priorities of the solidarity skate and the solidarity skate and the Dave skate that I said before.
All right.
Yeah.
Well, thank you very much. Looking at that. Okay. And most of these fall into capital expenditures. Okay.
There's some programming for event supplies.
On the day of skate, how do these numbers break down?
Let me
in
pull it up.
terms of areas, yeah.
In terms of like how many boards we're going to use.
No, or sorry, in terms of the funding categories that we use, so I know where to appropriate.
So I think that like art supplies, those don't I don't intend for those to last like years. So that would fall into supplies.
Right.
Yeah. And like miscellaneous funding going into programming.
All right. Then with that, I'll move that we appropriate in the category of supplies, $500.
Second.
The category of programming, $750.
Second.
The category of capital expenditures, $1,500.
Second.
And then travel, speaker fees, printing publicity, and lodging at $0.
Second.
All right, so with that, the BIPOC Skate Collective has been appropriated $2,750 from the Undergraduate Senate in this cycle. Your budget request will be finalized on February 14th, exactly 2 weeks from tonight, when the full Senate meets next to hear the budget bill, which will cover all organizations' funding requests in this cycle. Once the budget bill is passed by the Senate and signed by the president, you'll be able to expend these funds with the Carolina Union Business Office, either through reimbursement or the use of the union's P cards for upfront purchases. That is all that we have for you tonight, though. So unless you have further questions, you're good to go.
The form for P cards, is that on where can I find that?
So all of that information can be found on the Student Organizations Finances Heal Life page.
Okay.
Let-
Also, when does subsequent funding come out? And do orgs have to have applied for like this
So-
go around or?
With so the subsequent cycle exists to serve as basically like a second chance for organizations that did not receive money in the
Okay.
in budgetary cycle. So as you've received funds, you would not be eligible for that. But
Got you.
for
But
other
when does that app come out?
That should be about the end of February. Information regarding that should be released around the time that the budget is enacted on the 14th.
Got you.
And
Okay.
then that link that I just sent in the chat is the basically one-stop shop for all things expenditure.
Okay. Thanks.
All right. Have a good one.
You too. Bye.
All right. Good evening, Company Carolina. Can you hear me all right?
Yes.
All right. Cool. Before we get started, I would just like to say that we're working with a budget of roughly $420,000. And as such, with a large number or a record number of organizations requesting funding, we will have to appropriate at a rate of roughly 20%. So keep that in mind as we go forward, but I'll give you the next few minutes to introduce your organization and discuss what you need funding for.
Perfect, thank you. So Company Carolina is one of the student theater groups on campus. We produce both plays and musicals and give students a chance to get involved in acting and production and possibly prepare for future careers. We have a few events happening this semester, which I'll summarize. A Midsummer Night's Dream, a Slosh Shakespeare event, is a satirical take on Shakespeare's comedy, which will be performed at the Varsity Theater in February. Heathers, the musical, is a Black comedy about teenagers in the 80s based on the film, which will be performed at the Center Theater Company in April. And a cabaret performance, which will be held at a local restaurant or bar in April. And we may also be doing some fundraisers like a bake sale.
All right. This all fits into our requirements well. Now, in terms of cutting this down to fit within our budget, where would you like us to prioritize your funds?
Definitely. So our biggest expenses are going to be Heather's and the venue rental for the cabaret performance. Considering we're only going to get about 20% of our request maximum, I would ask that we prioritize funds to the building/venue rental, clothing, and supplies. If you could put about $1,500 into the building/venue rental and about $500 for clothing and the rest into supplies, that would be ideal.
Thank you for making my job so much easier. All right, so I'm going to move that we appropriate $1,500 in building venue rental.
Second.
500 into clothing.
Second.
And then, oh wait, 1,000 into supplies.
Second.
And then 0 in programming and printing and publicity.
Second.
All right. So with that, Company Carolina's been appropriated $3,000 from the Undergraduate Senate in this cycle. Your budget will be finalized on February 14th, exactly 2 weeks from tonight, when the full Senate will meet to hear the budget bill, which will cover all organizations' funding requests for this cycle. Once the budget is passed by the Senate and signed by the President, you'll be able to expend these funds with the Carolina Union Business Office, either through reimbursement or the use of the union's P cards. That is all that we have for you tonight, though. So unless you have any more questions, you're good to go.
Thank you so much for your time.
All right. Thank you. Have a good one.
You too. Bye.
All right. Good evening. You're here with Magic of Science.
Yes, I am.
Awesome. Before we get started, I do just want to say that we're working with a budget of roughly $420,000. And with a record number of orgs requesting funds, we'll have to appropriate at a rate of roughly 20%. So keep this in mind as we go forward, but I will give you the next few minutes to introduce your organization and guide me through this request.
Can I start now?
Yeah.
Okay, so I'm with Magic of Science. So our organization is it's an organization that volunteer with kids who are in need. So what we do is we perform a lot of science experiment to kids of many different backgrounds, like kids who are homeless, kids who are in low income areas, kids in orphanages. And in the past semester, we received a good amount of fundings, but because we went to these places so often and we got so many new members that we learned that it wasn't enough. So at each event, we had to like ration it out. So we group kids into like groups for like each experiment, and kids hate sharing, so it became very frustrating for them and for us. So that's why we increased more compared to last semester, because we want kids to be directly involved with what we're doing and actually learn the stuff that we're teaching them instead of having to like rationing stuff out. So we really hope that we get a decent portion of that request that we get, because we really hope that kids will be able to be more involved with the activities that we give them.
All right. Um, okay, so on this travel that you've requested, we do have to fund at the relatively strict, not sure how that happened.
Whoa.
Okay, anyway, we do have to fund relatively strict formulas for gas reimbursement. So were these calculated when producing this 430 number?
I'm sorry, like how did we calculate that?
Yes. How did you calculate the 430?
Yeah, so we travel a lot to off-campus locations. For example, Durham, Family Moving Forward is in Durham. Ronald McDonald is also in Durham. Those take 30 minutes to travel to, and back and forth is an hour. So I think we did like 30 cents per mile or 45. I forgot. But we did actually sat down, we calculate these numbers. And most of our events are off campus, so it actually requires a lot of traveling. And so that's why we requested that number.
All right. Now, where would you like the Senate to prioritize our funding, since we will have to cut this down to fit the budget?
The capital expenditure will be most important.
All right. Would you like the category of capital expenditures to be funded in as much as the Senate can provide, or would you like other categories to see smaller amounts of funding as well?
I would like to see other category games more conflict as well, because we do need gas to be covered, because that cost us a lot last semester. I think gas and capital expenditure is like the most two important thing. The others not as much.
All right. Then going to move that we fund the category of travel at $215.
Second.
Thank you. And the category of capital expenditures at 1,400.
Second.
Thank you. And then the categories of clothing, printing, publicity, and supplies at 0.
Second.
All right, thank you. With that, Magic of Science has been appropriated $1,615 from the Undergraduate Senate in this cycle. Your budget will be finalized on February 14th, exactly 2 weeks from tonight, when the full Senate meets to hear the budget bill with all other organizations requesting funding. Once this bill is passed by the Senate and signed by the president, you will be able to expend these funds with the Carolina Union Business Office, either through the use of the union's P cards for upfront purchases or reimbursement for previously expended funds. That is all that we have for you tonight, however, so if you don't have any further questions, you're free to go.
Just an unrelated question. How do we get reimbursement for gas? Do we just take a photo of the receipt or how does that work?
So the all of this information can be found on the RSO Finances Heal Life page. But for travel, the union works with this travel form. So you will state these cars with these following drivers traveled this far. And so with the mileage rate that we use, you would calculate how much they are owed. And then the union would reimburse that on a specific travel form.
Thank you so much.
Have a good night. Good evening, Heals for Israel. Can you hear me all right?
Yes, I can. How are you doing?
Awesome. I am doing well. Only have 2 more hearings left. All right. Before we get started, I do just want to say that we're working with a budget of about $420,000, and with a record number of organizations requesting funding, we will have to appropriate at a rate of roughly 20%. So keep that in mind as we go forward, but I will give you the next few minutes to introduce your organization and guide me through your request.
All right. So, quick little recap about Heals for Israel. We are a nonpartisan educational organization on campus, and our goal is to bring various sorts of educational opportunities for students of all backgrounds to learn about Israel, the history of Israel, the Israeli-Palestinian conflict, and Middle Eastern politics as it relates to Israel in general. And we do that through 2 main avenues. I'd say our primary avenue is bringing high-profile speakers that are involved in some way, shape, or form in Middle Eastern politics or in Israeli politics, and have them come tell their story, what they're involved in, how they got involved in all these things, and to provide a forum for students to ask questions to these people, especially as it pertains to politics and law and stuff like that. And on another front, we try and organize more casual meetings as well for a smaller group of members, which are still learning based. For example, we might watch a documentary about an Israeli politician or something of the sort and kind of build that community together. So while our main goal is education and learning, we kind of take a 2-pronged approach. One, to cater to which is our primary avenue, I would say, to cater to most of campus, to any student that's interested in learning about history or politics of the region, and to those who have a potentially deeper connection or a deeper desire to learn. We have those like smaller events, but those tend to happen a lot less often. We tend to be better at bringing in high-profile speakers and having these larger events, which require more funding as a result. So I can happily walk you through that. So 2 of our events this semester are big high-profile speakers, so to speak, and the honoraria for these speakers are quite hefty. And we work with some outside organizations to help subsidize some of it, but it does not cover it all. And if we want to bring multiple speakers, that means that we need some funding. So I'd say our primary source of funding, or need for funding, I should say, would be for events and for speaker honoraria. And we have planned a smaller movie night later in the semester, which won't be nearly as expensive. And then towards the end of the semester, we plan to do a larger, more public cultural exploration, which would again require some hefty event fees. So I believe that is all I have to say. A third, if you'd like to add anything, feel free to. And if you have any questions, you feel free to ask as well.
All right. Well, thank you very much. I know that you mentioned that speaker fees were a big part of your request. Is this where is this where you would like the Senate's funds to be prioritized?
I'd say events and are events and speaker fees 2 different categories, right?
We don't have one called events, but we do have programming supplies.
So then I would say speaker fees, because the most hefty thing with regards to bringing high profile speakers is their speaker fees themselves. So I'd say yes.
Cool. Then I will, let's see. Yeah, a little bit of supplies. Okay. I will move that we fund the category of supplies at $200.
Second.
Thank you. The category of speaker fees at, what was it? $900.
Second.
And then the categories of programming printing and publicity, equipment rental, and clothing at zero.
Second.
Thank you. All right, so with that, Heals for Israel has been appropriated $1,100 from the Undergraduate Senate in this cycle. Your organization's budget will be finalized on February 14th, when the full Senate meets next to hear the budget bill, which will include all organizations' funding requests for this cycle. Once this budget bill is passed by the Senate and signed by the president, you will be able to expend these funds with the Carolina Union Business Office, either through reimbursement or the use of the union's P cards for upfront purchases. That is all that we have for you tonight, though. So unless you have further questions, you're good to go.
No, I'm good. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you.
Of course, have a good one.
All right, our last group for the night is Tech X. Or no. Wait. Okay, yeah, no, I messed it up there. It was build up. Good evening. Can you hear me all right? Just so you know, you will need to speak tonight to present the request. Are you able to do that?
Oh, yes. Sorry. Yeah.
Awesome. All good. Okay, so before we get started, I do just want to say that we're working with a budget of roughly $420,000. And with a record number of organizations requesting funding in this cycle, we will have to appropriate at a rate of roughly 20%. So keep that in mind as we go forward. But I will give you the next few minutes to introduce your organization and guide me through this funding request.
Yeah, absolutely. Would you want me to have my camera on or camera off?
Either works.
Okay. Yeah, I'll go as it is. Do you have you did receive the document?
Yes.
Or have it in front or do you want me to share the screen with all of you or?
I have it pulled up here.
Okay. Yep. Give me just a second. Yeah, okay. So we are built up at UNC Chapel Hill. It's a organization dedicated to introducing undergraduate students to different aspects of urban planning, including public transportation, development, and design through professional engagement opportunities and hands-on education events. And I believe we have requested sorry. I believe we have requested a total of $3,864 for the spring 2024 budgetary. And those and that will be allocated through or amongst it says 5 programs. First being the Build Up Professional Development Day, which will happen on March 1st from 10 a.m. to 4 p.m. And location is in Chapel Hill, Durham, and Raleigh. And during this event, Build Up members will travel to 2 or 3 different companies and organizations around the Triangle to gain a professional perspective into urban planning. And as for the cost breakdown, we expect about $100 for the travel cost with no admission charges, and we expect about 25 members to attend. And as for the second program, That's North Carolina Annual Planning Conference. And the dates are last year, they were October 11th through 13, excuse me. But the time are to be determined, and location is in Durham Convention Center. And to move on with the description for last year, the pre-registration typically goes online in the first week of July, which we haven't really reached for this year. But the registration ended for last year's on September 29th, and it's about $100 per student for the full conference. But we do get students with valid student IDs can get discounted rates. And the primary objective for this event is that Build Up members will have the option to travel to the conference venue to participate. And the cost breakdown is about $2,500 with $100 of admission charges per student, with expected people of 25 or members. And the third program is the Build Up Speaker Series, where we've already secured 4 guest speakers. And this will happen on the listed dates as January 24th, March 20th, and April 17th. We've actually secured additional guest speaker for the month of February, and the times will be as posted 7 p.m. And these will be hosted at New East Planning Library. And the events will provide valuable insight for the members into the professional world of urban planning through speakers sharing their expertise on issues, research, and careers in urban planning. And we expect about $500 for the guest speaker comps, and we wouldn't have any admission charges, and we expect about 75 people to attend. And for the fourth program, we have a tour of Black Wall Street, which will happen on the 13th of April at 10 a.m. and location is in Durham. And this event will be an educational tour for the members of Build Up to gain perspective into the environmental justice side of urban planning. And we expect about $50 for the tour guide, which would be included under the dues and fees for the cost breakdown, and we wouldn't have any admission charges, and we expect about 25 members to attend. Moving on to the fifth program, which is the design workshop and drafting class. This will happen in February 29th or February of 19th of February at 7 p.m. at Planning Library in New East. And for this event, students will gain access to valuable skills and materials to learn how to draft and sign by Southern Urbanism's Aaron Lubeck. And this experience could give students an insight into urban design processes and help them excel in their careers by learning from an industry professional. And also gives them a opportunity to connect and network with industry professionals. And cost includes $50 per person, and we expect about 30 members to attend, which would make the whole event about $1,500, excuse me, without any admission charges. And last one is Durham Better Cities Film Festival. It'll happen on the 10th of February from 10 a.m. to 10 p.m. And location is in Full Frame Theater, Durham, North Carolina. And this event will offer students an opportunity to meet professionals and other members of the urban planning community. And cost breakdown, we've actually calculated we tried to be as accurate with the transportation for this one. $1,650 for the total tickets and $24 for transportation for this one. And admission charges are $110 per person. And we expect about 15 people, hence the $1,650. And that concludes our proposal of the total of $3,864.
All right. Oh, wait. Yeah, okay. Oh.
Thank you for listening.
Yeah. Now, this second event, the APA NC24 Conference X Buildup. Were these okay? So when is this event happening? I know you say TBD, but general timeline.
Yeah, we expect the APC Annual Planning Conference to happen at a similar date. If there isn't a big change in any issues, or if they don't have any hiccups in planning, if the North Carolina department doesn't have any hiccups. If everything else goes smoothly, the date we expect to be the same.
Okay, so roughly October of 2024.
Yes, that's correct.
All right, so we would not be able to fund that as we can only provide funding to events that will occur in this fiscal year. So
Yeah,
up
okay.
until June 30th. So you'd be
Mhm.
able to request funds for that in the fall, but at this time we would not be able to provide funding for that. But everything else looks good, right? Yeah. So now in terms of us cutting this down to fit within the budget, where would you like the Senate to prioritize our funding?
Our club would love for y'all to prioritize in the design workshop program listed under program 5 with drafting class. So I've actually talked to the club's president, Claire Hargrove, and we both agreed on that the program 5 design workshop drafting class to be the event that the funding should go towards, if any.
All right. And which category would this fall under in terms of our funding categories?
That would fall under the dues and fees, which includes workshops, registrations, conferences, and seminars.
All right, cool. Then in that case, all right. I'm going to move that we fund the category of dues and fees at $800.
Second.
And then the categories of printing and publicity, speaker fees, and travel at 0.
Second.
All right, so with that, Build Up UNC has been appropriated $800 from the Undergraduate Senate in this cycle. Your budget will be finalized on February 14th, exactly 2 weeks from tonight, when the full Senate meets next to hear or to consider the budget bill, along with all other organizations' funding requests. Once the budget bill is finalized and is passed by the Senate and signed by the president, you will be able to expend these funds with the Carolina Union Business Office, either through reimbursement of previous purchases or the use of the union's P cards for upfront purchases. But that is all that we have for you tonight. So unless you have further questions, you're good to go.
Okay. Yeah, I just had one question. So if you did you sorry, right at the beginning, what was the exact amount, the budget that the Senate is working with, the undergraduate?
Yeah, so we're working with a budget of about $420,000. We've received just under 2 million in requests, so that balances out to an appropriations rate of roughly 20%.
Okay, great. And then am I allowed to ask about the number of clubs that have requested funding for this?
We have received requests from 265 organizations.
Okay, great. Sorry, I just missed that number right at the beginning.
Yeah.
Okay, great. So as of now, the proprietary number is 800.
Yes.
Okay, great. Thank you for your time. And yeah, that's it. I don't have any other questions.
All right, great. Well, then have a great night.
All right, you too. Thank you. Bye-bye.
All right, and with that, we are done. don't leave the Zoom just yet because we have a few things to finish up. Yeah. All right. I was predicting that we would have to do budget reconciliation, but Josh, you're 880 over budget. I am 800 under budget. That leaves us $80.89 over budget for the night, but we've have about 5,200 left over. So that leaves us with 5,096 and 92 cents left to roll over into the subsequent. So I think that's good. Yeah. All right. So at this point, no budget reconciliation is necessary. A few things that we do need to do before we adjourn. Let me just share my screen on the appropriations. Uh-oh. Nope. Of course, it's going to be incredibly slow. All right. All right. This right here is the full list of appropriations that we have made. Does anyone here have questions, comments, concerns on the full list of appropriations that we have made in this cycle, totaling $415,706.75? If there are none, do I hear a motion to approve this full spreadsheet schedule, whatever you want to call it, to be compiled into a budget bill to be heard?
So moved.
Is there a second to that motion?
Second.
All right. So with that, these are the official appropriations that we will use for the budget bill. Expect one more meeting on, let me see. Yes, okay, so yeah. Expect a meeting on February 6th. That is next Tuesday at 7:30. It will be much, much shorter than all of these meetings. All that we need to do is approve the budget bill. So yeah, I will be sending out materials for that once the budget bill is created. But yes, expect a short meeting, less than an hour, on February 6th, next Tuesday at 7:30 p.m. so we can report this to the full Senate. But that concludes our business for tonight. So with that, I will call this meeting of the Finance Committee adjourned at 11:03 p.m. Thank you, everyone. We did it.
You did it, Joe.
We did it.